Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Schiphol Airport again. I started the stream a little early. Still have to attach my phone to the camera. I saw the MPS taxiing to what I think is runway 09, or is it taxiing to runway 36 center? So I still have to start up the live chat, but I thought let's go live so that we at least can film the MPS going out. There it is, as I thought. So let's take care of the rest. Setting up the phone after filming this departure. What a way to start the show. Well, you can see that the lighting and visibility is infinitely better than it was on Monday. Still at the same location. And there she goes. Now, in the meantime, another quad-engined airplane over here, a familiar sight. We've seen that one before on Monday. I'm still not seeing the live chat. I'm still in the process of setting up. Let me quickly copy the URL and go over to the live chat in the browser. Paste the link. Top chat to live chat. Enable split screen. There we go. Full as well. Yeah, should be having the live stream on my window. I see that the chat now has handles like they do on other channels as well. Didn't realize that happened. Not that I changed anything. This must be a YouTube thing. Very good morning to everybody. Marja, goedenavond. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Ray, Marcus, JP Ruiten, Honda, T-Mac, Lion, Michael, Marijke, Tom, Manzi, good morning. Let me also quickly attach the power cable, the USB cable, to my phone so that the phone continues to be charged while the screen is on constantly, and then I should be good to go. So we're at the same location as we were on Monday. So the wind today is still from the north, more or less the same runway use as hey, Frozen from live feed. Let's connect and disconnect the Thunderbolt. Now the screen is blank. What's happening? Disconnect. And reconnect. Black screen. Why is that? Connect and reconnect. Okay, interesting. Chose the right camera. Lens hood is open. Right, well, let's systematically troubleshoot Disconnect the HDMI. Reconnect the HDMI. Okay, that doesn't seem to have worked. Disconnect the HDMI on the camera end. Reconnect it. What is going on here? Let's reconnect and let's reconnect. Alright, testing 1 2 1 2. Hope that the audio is good again. If all is well, we should have moving footage again. I restarted the switcher. Yeah, things seem to be moving again. That probably meant that you guys missed the departure of the 747, or did you guys see that? Were you guys able to see the departure of the KLM, the MPS, of the Martinair, the MPS? Hope you guys did. Went live on purpose a little early as I was still in the process of setting up to show you guys the MPS. It would be a shame if that didn't come through. Okay, well, in that case, that is a shame. That is a shame. Well, let's see if we can improve things. There is another 747 now lined up on the threshold of runway 09, Nippon Cargo flight 49 to Milan. That should be the next departure. Hope that the white balance is okay. I still have the camera set to +1/4 stop of exposure compensation. If you guys think it is too bright, let me know. Now, I don't recognize all of your names, so might be a bit difficult to greet everyone. Some people have a handle name that I recognize. Others have different names than their actual YouTube name. So, good morning everybody who joined. Lance also in the chat. Gertin in the chat. Marianne in the chat. Danger Huub. Not sure who you are, but he saw or she saw the 747 at least. That's such a shame. The A380 Mini needed a reboot. Seems to be working now. Right, there is the 747. Hope you guys are able to see this one at least. Well, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we're here at the same location as we were on Monday. Arrivals take place on 06, departures take place from runway 09 and 36 center. Things are more open now than they were on Monday. This is looking to the south, this is looking to the west, where a departure from center just now took to the skies. Leo, Remco, Nielsje, Frits, Tina, Dave, good morning, one and all, Spekbig, Frits Knaken, zo lurkt, good morning guys. Helicopter on the move. coming this way. Meanwhile, a very good morning to everybody who is joining in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Departures from runway 09 and from center. Next up to take off is going to be KLM flight 1475 to Nice, which is nice. Fritz, guten Morgen. Bottalback, good morning. Brian, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Strange seeing all those weird names that I'm not used to in the chat. I think YouTube went through with some new changes. And now apparently handles are also introduced in the live chat in AMS Live. I personally didn't change anything, so this must be a YouTube thing. Triple in the process of being towed. KLM flight 16 for the 53 to Florence. Lined up. E2 Umbrella 195. Ini Mini, goedemorgen. Michael, goedemorgen. Robin. Tessilo, good morning. Air France on the move over here. There. Jolanda, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show for one and all. E2 Umbrella taking off to Florence. Contrails also visible in the sky here and there. Is that BA? No. Doesn't look like BA. Or was it? Interesting clouds further west. As long as they don't get any closer. Now Volkswagen, the wind is blowing more or less from the north, so this is where we need to look to see what is coming our way in terms of weather. United Triple on the move. Maal Steen, goedemorgen. Louis, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Rick, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all, welcome to the show. Looks like there is a Transavia to Barcelona following Air France. That's right there. More departures over here. goedemorgen. Kars, goedemorgen. Sheila, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody is doing well. I'm wondering if this is... No, I thought for a moment, is that a busiest? Lined up, ready to go. Do hear engines pulling up. That's an A321neo to Rome. Should become visible in a moment. KLM Flight 1603 to Rome, A321neo. Fax K, Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Kilo. First flight of this airplane was in August this year. Absolutely lovely machine. Hey Jan, goedemorgen. Good morning. Henk, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. As you can see, big parts of the sky are blue. Here and there, some clouds. Also some contrails visible. This is right north of me, flying west to east. Can almost recognize the maple leaf. That looks to be Air Canada. Now, is that Officer Rulov? Could be. No, don't recognize him. These are other co-workers. Air Canada has arrived. Finnair already there. And this is Austrian. Austrian to Vienna probably. Or is that an arrival? No, it's outbound to Vienna. Unloading the A340, or at least that's probably already done for a good chunk. That's to take out the dishes, I assume. Friend Sebastian, goedemorgen. Hartelijk welkom. Jan, goedemorgen. Luc, goedemorgen. Ah, STPs, short technical pause. Meanwhile, the sun is out and it is reflecting beautifully. Go to the light, my child. Good morning, Karsten. Good morning, Mike, and good morning everybody else who may have joined us. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the northern threshold of runway 36 right, which will be used again for arrivals later in the show, between 11 and 11:40 expectedly. Right now, 09 is open together with the center runway 36 center for departures. Runway use similar to what we saw yesterday. And has that Turkish arrived or is that going out? That has arrived, okay. Should see that again leave for Istanbul via runway 09. Turkish Airlines on the left, flight 1951. Air France to Lyon is now taking off, number 190. Air France up and away. Looks a bit hazy, looking up on ground level. Doesn't really show, but from this angle it does look like it is ever so slightly hazy. Visibility today, of course, a different order of magnitude than what we had on Monday. Killing flight 1303 to Gdansk. Cheater on Cheater's Lane, Embraer 175. It seems that Austrian to Vienna will do the same. Turkish Airlines. Hey Arjan, goedemorgen. The throat is improving, although when I am using my voice a bit louder, you can still hear it's not optimal yet. But did my day job yesterday and the day before yesterday, which consists of basically talking throughout the entire day, and that went without significant issues. So I'd say I'm 95% there. Should improve further going forward in the next few days. It is very stubborn, this pathogen. Already last week did it affect me and Lisa, and Lisa had a fever one day last week. And right now she still has a lot of voice troubles. So this is the second week already. Either way, if this is the only infection we're going to pick up this season, I'm a happy camper. Ray asks if this is at the McDonald's. Not quite. The McDonald's is a bit further down the road. It's right in between McDonald's MP3. Austrian taking Cheater's Lane, flight 372 to Vienna. Should be the next departure from runway 09. Arjan, goedemorgen. David, goedemorgen. Senna, goedemorgen. Matthijs, goedemorgen. Dave asks who the owner is of the A340. USC, Universal something 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 something. Hey. Special livery A220. Austrian taking off from runway 09 and the Austrian flag livery. One of the two taking off from 36 Center. And here is proper Austrian. Here. Still rolling since they are using Cheater's Lane. I'll give Lisa my best, Michael. Thank you so much. She should be up and running. Well, she is up and running, but she should be vocally up and running again within a few days as well, I expect. Meanwhile, the Dino 078 is celebrating another month. He writes in Dutch, or she. Not exactly sure who is who, since we are now using handles all of a sudden, which is new to me. I didn't change anything in the YouTube settings. This is YouTube's doing. Didinho, thank you so much for your continued support. I wish I recognized who you are. It feels so impersonal. If anybody knows how we can revert to the old settings where we see the usernames and not the handles, I'm all ears. Hit me up either in the chat or via email or something. Swiss on the move. Swiss to Zurich. And we also already have a KLM 737-800 outbound to Zurich, lined up on 09, Cheaters Lane. Well, not much happening here. Flight to Zurich, not yet on the move. Something Chinese over there. And still the A340 over here. Right, KLM flight 1919 is lined up on runway 09, destined to go to Zurich, but not yet on the move. Hey, Sarah is also back in the chat. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Dahlia. And good morning, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're here still at the runway threshold of Afsmeerbaan, 36 right. The landing lights are on, funnily enough. The landing is now taking place on runway 06 exclusively. 09 is a dedicated runway for outbound traffic. And I'm expecting that runway center will be used for both inbound and outbound traffic, just like was the case on previous days in the week, where the wind was also blowing from the north. The wind is expected to change in the upcoming weekend, so I'm not sure what that will mean for runway use. Buitenveldertbaan still closed until next week Friday. It should be open again from next week Friday onward. Adrie, goedemorgen. And good morning everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. I'm standing here with hardly any wind and the sun is out. Believe it or not, I'm actually a bit warm with my parka on. I also put rain trousers over my jeans in case we would get a few droplets. I also thought it would be colder than it actually turns out to be. Things are on the move, but slowly. You can see some clouds here and there. Big chunks of the sky are blue right now. And there's a flock of, what is it, geese? Or no, duckies, or no, geese. Flying to the northeast. Departures take place from center as well, 36 center. Here you can see a KLM 737 that just now took off from that runway. Canal Cruiser, good morning. Mario, good morning. Jan, goedemorgen. Now let's see. Little Air France. And away. Venture into the light. KLM Flight 743 to Lima in Peru is on its way to the center runway. So we should see that on the right in a few minutes from now. Swiss A320neo to Zurich is now lined up on the threshold of 09. And it looks like there's a 787-10 to Kilimanjaro, which will be leaving from runway 09 more than likely. Joep, goedemorgen. Gokmachine, goedemorgen. You can already hear the engines of the A320neo. Swiss Flight 725 to Zurich is coming this way. 5-year-old airplane, first flight February 2020. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Mr. F. Good morning, Yornavnak. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the threshold of 36 right, which will be used for arrivals again later in the morning. Right now, it is used to taxi over. CRJ over here. Has that arrived? I think it has. No, it's going to Frankfurt, so we should see that take off pretty soon from runway 09. Hey Mathieu, goedemorgen. Hey, it's KLM 100 years. Quite a few tuggers on the move with wide bodies. Another wide body getting moved from A to B over there. Erik, goedemorgen. Hansworst, goedemorgen. Zero on Mike D, good morning. Let's see, the next departure from the center runway is KLM Flight 743 to Lima in Peru. And over here, narrow bodies for the time being. Mark, Rick, goedemorgen. Alright. Fire in the hole, KLM Flight 743. New Air Baltic. in Cheaters Lane. Hey, it sounds like I am hearing engines being started. Which ones are those? Are those Delta Airline Flight 47s? Over there, destined to go to New York JFK. The Shadow Prepper is celebrating a 4-month membership anniversary. Time flies by. Already 4 months, mate. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Time does fly by, doesn't it? Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Thank you so much, Pepper, for your ongoing support. Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York JFK. The flight to Peru. Is that moving yet? Don't think it is. We have 2 airplanes that will take off before the CRJ will probably. In the meantime, Karsten just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Karsten if you are one of the 5 recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. If you are a member, don't forget you can vote now. There's a poll which you can find in the community section for members, where you can vote as a member until Monday for the successor, your favorite candidate to become the successor custom emoji for playtime. 16 options to choose from. So pick whatever is your favorite. The airplane to Lima in Peru. Over there. Peru, of course, in vicinity of. Now, the airplane to Lima in Peru is taking off. The CRJ is lining up, and there is a MAX 8 737 taking off first right Cheaters Lane. That's TUI flight. What is this? 1631 to Gran Canaria. Quiet as a mouse. Very late rotation. Probably also derated takeoff. The runway is long enough, as you can see. Right, there was a CRJ lined up at the threshold. I'm not seeing it any longer for some reason. Funny how that works. Looks like after the CRJ we're going to see the 787-10 to Kilimanjaro. Well, CRJ isn't showing on my flight radar. I do know that it was lined up, so I'm just looking over the camera to see if I can see movement. Oh no, wait, I spoke too soon. Now it does seem to be moving, and there it is. The moment you see it moving on flight radar is also when you are seeing it in real life. And away it goes. Next departure from runway 09 is going to be a 787-10 Dreamliner to Kilimanjaro. Delta A330 on the move. That's Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town, South Africa is also on the move, on its way to runway 09 if all is well. Alright, something passing overhead. That's above the clouds. Hey Maria, bom dia. Welcome to the show, one and all. We're waiting for KLM flight 571 to Kilimanjaro, the KLM 100 years, to become visible. 6-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019, the PHBKA, Bravo Kilo Alpha. Here it is. Going to Kilimanjaro, which of course is in beautiful wing fluff. Absolutely amazing to see. Anaconda, goedemorgen, good morning. Good morning to all the others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live still. We're at the threshold, the northern threshold of the Aalsmeerbaan. Runway 36 right. The landing lights have been on all throughout, but they're not using it yet. It should start being used again for arrivals between 11 and 11:40. Right now, 09 is in use for departures. Everything to the east will be taking off from that runway. Everything to the west will take runway 36 center. That will change between 11 and 11:40. They'll probably switch to parallel arrivals then, with an inbound peak, either 06 and 36 right, or 36 center and 36 right. Either of the two combinations will be used. 09 will be the only runway for outbound traffic between 11 and 11:40. KLM flight 1971 to split over here, 737-800. Let's see, what's this? Is this inbound or outbound? That is an inbound airplane, 787, that arrived from Cartagena, which is in Colombia, right next to Hey, Liwe is also back in the chat. Good morning, Liwe. Hope it was well, mate. Hey, Roy is also in the chat. Goedemorgen, Roy. Yassine, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Looking like Air Serbia to Belgrade is taking Cheaters Lane, or will take Cheaters Lane in a few moments. It is looking like KLM Flight 1775 to Berlin will be allowed to take off first. That's already lined up at the threshold. Hey Pete, what up mate? Casper, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. I think KLM Flight 1775 to Berlin is moving. Or is it... Yeah, can definitely hear the engines. A321neo coming this way. And airborne already, going to Berlin. Hey, Captain Jerry is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jerome. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at the threshold of runway 36 right, where we can overlook traffic taking off from runway 09, now in use, together with the center runway, where this Norwegian just took to the sky. You can see there's a grumpy face on it. Don't know whose face it is, but I'm not seeing a radiant smile, even from this distance. Landings take place on Kaagbaan right now. Not sure if that's going to be Kaagbaan and Aalsmeerbaan, 36 right and 06, come 11, or if they might revert to parallel arrivals, which is what they also did yesterday. Two options. 06, 36 right, or 36 right, 36 center. Either way, 09 is expected to stay open all throughout the upcoming hours as dominant runway, the primary runway for outbound traffic. Secondary runway 36 center. Right now 06 in use for arrivals. B-Dubs, good morning. Jean-Yves, good morning. Salut mon ami. J.W. Slijm, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Fueling, boiling, wheeling, voiling is going to be next, taking off from runway 09. Destination Malaga, and after that we are going to see KLM Flight 597 to Cape Town South. Latex fault. It's not my fault, it's latex fault. In the meantime, Delta to Seattle, A330neo, flight 143, is taking off via the center runway. Should become visible somewhere over here. There it is. Beautiful A330neo. No? Yeah, no. For a moment I had second thoughts. Was it a Neo or was it a 300? But it was a Neo. Hans' favorite, welling, fueling, welling, wheeling, voiling. Next departure from runway 09 coming in a few seconds is KLM flight 597 to Cape Town. In the meantime, a long distance headshot, that would be, what's this? KLM flight 879 to Bangalore 78710, which we should also see take off from runway 09 in a few moments. Okay, another cheater on cheater's lane. God damn it. Those cheaters. They do rotate nicely right in front of us. Gerdina, goedemorgen. Jen, goedemorgen. Carlux, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And the next departure, if all is well, no cheaters on cheaters lane. It should be moving well. KLM flight 597, which is going to Cape Town South. Meanwhile, it seems that we have crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that. That's quite an achievement with the low viewing numbers that we have today. Thank you all so much. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying. I always like this location. Much more action, multiple runway action, apron action. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying it as well. The Thursday streams more populated going forward, make sure to like and subscribe. It'll attract more viewers, people who are also into aviation live streams like these, but who haven't discovered the channel yet. Russell Crowe also says good morning to everybody. He's over there. Meanwhile, Arjan celebrating 7 months of membership. Arjan, thank you so much for your continued support. In Dutch, he writes, topper, weer een maandje erbij. Hashtag favoriete streamer. In other words, great guy, another month in the pocket. Hashtag favorite streamer. Topper. What would be a good proper English translation for topper? That's one of those typical Dutch words that you can approximately translate, but I don't think there is a literal translation for it. Either way, Arjan, thank you so much for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix things and make things better. Jonathan, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. What's this? Oh, that's a big fish. I was seeing a special livery truck. Golden Ocean. Not sure what type of fish it was, but was looking to the right and it caught my attention. Definitely something that you don't see every day. My man. There you go. And Artem says that there is a 747 on final. I think I see it. There it is. Yeah, quite a few 747s that were underway. Ah, it was a haddock. Ah, also a busiest that just now took off. So much to keep your eyes on. Martin, good morning, goedemorgen. And thank you for the kind words, mate. You're welcome. Let's see, it's 10:40 right now. That means that in 20 or so minutes from now, the runway we are standing at the end of, runway 36 right, should start being used again for arrivals. Question is, will it be with runway 06 or with 36 center? Bezoekbas will probably say so. I haven't checked. It wasn't published yet at the time I was preparing to go out. Flight 605 to San Francisco just now took off from the center runway. And there's KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco, 7879 Dreamliner. Rasta special livery. Air Baltic Rasta edition. Right, they've finished unloading the airplane by the looks of it. You see an airplane that's in the process of being pushed back. It doesn't seem to be showing on flight radar just yet. Good morning, YouTube Nout. Good morning, Kilroy. We have a Bulgaria Sofia 820. Good morning, Cherry Berry. And Liwa is complaining that the list of emojis is not complete. Well, I took every suggestion that was made in the thread that wasn't a double or an emoji that we already had and took it into the list. Pretty sure that I didn't skip over any other emojis, Liwa. In the meantime, a massive big thank you for your 30 months of support. Hope you still like it in the lounge despite missing emojis in the list for the poll. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Also a massive big thank you for everything you've been doing as a very valued moderator. Always nice to have you in the chat. Lord Andrew also back in the chat. Good morning, Lord Andrew. You're discriminating my picture. You should file a complaint with YouTube, Liwa. See if they can cancel the channel. That's what I would do. Air France A220 on its way to Paris, I think. Meanwhile, Ramon, goedemorgen. Silkeneder, goedemorgen. Hard to see who's who with those handles now instead of the usernames. That's not something that I choose to do. This happened automatically. I hope that it will also get turned back again sometime soon, but very annoying. I do see that Captain Jerry just now gifted 10 memberships. Mate, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity, Jerome. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry if you are one of the recipients of his 10 gifted memberships. And make sure to cast your vote in the custom emoji poll to vote for the successor of the playtime emoji. The poll runs until Monday. If you haven't made your voice be heard, you still have a chance to do so. Also, don't be afraid to use custom emojis if you are a member. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Next up should be KLM flight 879 to Bangalore in India. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner coming this way. That's a brand new airplane. First flight was in August 2025, the PHBKR. BKR in the Netherlands is an abbreviation for a credit agency. So if ever you take a loan, it is registered in that register. Means that if you have debt and you want to get a mortgage, you're screwed. Unless you want a really small mortgage. Right. Is that a rainbow? It does look sort of rainbowish. It's not a very crisp one, but I wouldn't be surprised if over there a few droplets are falling. It was forecasted that here and there a few droplets might fall. Let's see, we have another 777 making its way to the threshold of the center runway. It's 10:48, so pretty soon all outbound traffic should be taking off from runway 09. Delta Airlines Flight 135 is going to go to Detroit, Michigan, and I am wondering what runway has it been assigned to. Has anybody checked EHAM CDM by any chance? Hank says, I am liking it that the light balance is a little bit more bright. Yeah, I still kept it at plus a quarter stop. I noticed that sometimes when the sun wasn't fully shining, things looked a bit dark, at least to me. So I think maybe a quarter stop is what is needed. If you guys think it is too bright or too dim, or if the white balance is off, let me know. Can always tinker with the settings, trying to tweak it and make it a bit more optimal. Jerome asks if he saw a little fucker. You certainly did. There's the little fucker, Jerome. On the Panorama Rooftop Terrace, publicly accessible. If you ever come to visit Schiphol Airport, you can go there without having to go through customs. plane. And there's also a BizJet moving probably to the threshold of runway 04 for departure. Let's see if we can catch that in a few moments. Another long distance headshot. Is that KLM flight 751? I think it is. KLM flight 751 to Quito, which is the capital of actually using the sound effect properly. Yes, this is KLM flight 751. Flight 2613 having arrived from Nairobi in Kenya, which of course is in Good morning, Photo Video Live. Good morning to all the others. Bus, good morning. Richie, good morning. Welling to Barcelona in the meantime, taking off here in the foreground. Now, was wondering where's that little BizJet that we saw. There it is, the little BizJet that could, on its way to the threshold of runway 04 for departure to the northeast. And David van der Wolf, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis. You can now also vote in the poll that runs until Monday to decide which will be the successor to the playtime emoji. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want, so make sure that you do. Have fun with them. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you into the lounge and will happily show you the way. There's an MNB A320 or something taking off to Istanbul, A321 in a moment with the green tail. Petrikov, good morning. Barbacan, good morning. Karsten has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Karsten. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again tomorrow and later in the weekend. AOLM Radio, good morning. Here's the MNB. MNG. Go green. There you go. Where did it go? There it is. In the meantime, KLM flight 9857 to Brussels seems to be rolling, so the BizJet will have to wait. It's going to Brussels. It's probably a relocation or a test flight or a maintenance removing relocation flight. Yeah, as I expected, the A330 will probably rotate early. a sight to behold here. Such a big airplane, banking already. Hey, for those of you who are wondering about aquatic birds, I'm actually seeing two right now. Marcel de Moorhan, and we also had Gary Grebe over here, but wait, no. Gary Grebe was here, he certainly was. Will the BizJet now go or won't it? Hey, KLM Flight 751 to Quito is going to the center runway. That's interesting. Jeff also back in the chat. Good morning, Jeff. Welcome back. Hope all is well. I can also see that the first arrivals are approaching. There we go. Let's see, the BizJet, which doesn't seem to be showing on my flight radar. Right, it seems that at the moment nothing is going to runway 09. Interesting. Means that they are going to use the center runway for departures. And 06 and 36 right for arrivals. This is ITA Airways flight 108 arrival from Rome, A321neo. Let's see. Pin a comment. That is something I can do. Is it really necessary? It doesn't seem that the question gets asked that much. I'm still not seeing. I'm still seeing all the handles. Not seeing usernames. There you go. No, wait, that's the wrong message. There you go. So that means I also have to do that, otherwise I'm still seeing your handles. Go to your YouTube profile, tap View Channel, then Edit, then select Edit. Next to your handle. Oh, that's to change your handle. Ah, okay. I thought it was something that you could do to revert the seeing the handles. But this is to change the name of your handle. Well, there you go. Anyway, for those of you just joining us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It seems that we have an answer to the runway use 09. I thought was going to stay open all throughout the morning for departures, but it seems that the center runway is now the switching runway, being used for arrivals and for departures, so that Kaagbaan is the primary runway for arrivals. Together with 36 right and 09 and 36 center are the runways for departures. Means that in 40 minutes from now this runway is going to close again and we should start seeing departures again from runway 09. We're right at the end of the threshold. German Monster, good morning, welcome back. And welcome to the show everybody else, Charlie Brown. And all the others whose names I don't immediately recognize. Stupid handles. Next arrival is Aegean flight 3624, arriving from Athens, an A321neo. BSJ is taking off in the meantime from runway 04. Not exactly low humidity, you can see the vortices from the flap tips. Not as obvious as we had on Monday. If there's one airplane type that is able to produce big vortices, it is A321neos. Pieter, goedemorgen. John, goedemorgen. John asks, can you also change my love handles? Only you can do that yourself, mate. Exercise and diet, that'll do the trick. Although, truth be told, I am also still struggling with getting rid of them myself. Seem to be very stubborn with some people. Chinese triple is coming next. China Southern. More wing fluff and vortices from that airplane. This is China Southern Cargo flight 2577, arriving from Chongqing in China. AOL says, sounds like you're fully recovered. Almost. The voice is 95% back. If I raise my voice, you still hear it is a bit raspy. But during my day job yesterday and the day before yesterday, having to talk almost throughout the entire day, much more than during a stream, all went well, so I have no worries for the upcoming weekend. It should get better and better only. Niels, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. China Southern Cargo. Arrived from Chongqing in China. 10 hours, 11 minutes. It has taken this airplane to get here. 15-year-old airplane, first flight August 2010. K3 bird control. Passing by in the foreground. Now, full as well, an Emirates A380 should also be arriving here shortly after 1. Should be landing on this runway as well. They're tugging the A340. They've cleaned it. They've taken out the trash and the cargo and the passengers, and now they're towing it to a parking further away. In the meantime, KLM Flight 1762 is about to land an Embraer 175 arriving from Bremen, and after that, Indigo. Wondering if we can see Indigo already. 2 airplane glide slope shot. It was possible this morning when I arrived here. I did see a second airplane in the background. I think the clouds might still be in the way at the moment. World to Fly, Coran on A350 just now landed on runway 06. So many airplanes to see, so much happening here. Of course, having the overview of P3 would be even better. But I'm not complaining from this vantage point. I like it over here. What's your guys' opinion? Do you like it over here? Is this a good place to do streams from? It's probably, I know it's better when the winds are turning and they're using this runway for departures and we're right in line with the airplanes taxiing to the threshold to line up. I know that, but still, much going on here. Indigo, flight 21, arriving from Mumbai. 8 hours, 42 minutes on the way. Kevin, good morning. And good morning to everybody else. Top spot, Maria says. Glad to hear you enjoy it. So yeah, this current situation with the Polderbaan being closed will last until next week Friday. Thursday is going to be the last day, if all is well, that the Polderbaan will be closed. And then as of next week Friday, the Polderbaan should reopen. But almost immediately after that, I thought they mentioned that the Zwanenburgbaan was going to close. Don't see the notification on Bezoekpas already, but I did read it somewhere not too long ago that it was going to be more or less back to back. Not sure if it is immediately on Friday already that the Zwanenburgbaan is going to close, or a few days after the reopening of the Polderbaan, but it should be more or less back to back. Don't think it's going to result in different runway use, except that when they now use the center runway, they'll start using the Polderbaan instead. I think 0927 will still be used as a secondary runway as much as it has been since the Polderbaan closed. So that bodes well for more interesting streams from this location. Maybe also from the McDonald's if they are landing there. I must say I was positively surprised by what you could see from the vantage point at the McDonald's when I was there with that day that it was blowing so hard and my HDMI cable gave out. Indigo, in the meantime, having landed here, 8 hours 44 minutes, the flight duration, arriving from Mumbai. And Jan, in the meantime, celebrating his 2-year anniversary. It already happened earlier in the week, but he saved it until a not rainy day, but a sunny day to celebrate. Jan, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. But even more so when you come over with your lovely wife and visit the Netherlands, which will happen again next month. Looking forward to it already. If anything in the lounge is amiss, you know how to reach me. I want to hear it. And indeed, if you are enjoying the stream, hit the like button, please. Unless you like it if it is quiet in the chat, but I like it when it's more bustling. Liking and subscribing helps to bring in new people who haven't discovered the channel yet, but who would be willing to want to join our community. If only they knew we existed. Transavia flight 1850 arriving from Munich, and behind it is KLM flight 1198 arriving from Oslo. Nice and pixelated. You have to take into consideration that this is the top end of optical zoom, and that almost equates 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. So we're zooming in pretty far. Fully zoomed out would be this. Jerry says, I think you should use the car park. Yeah. Would that I could, buddy. You know what's going to happen when, as soon as I step in there, right? They see me coming with my utility card and all. They have cameras over there everywhere. As soon as they see me, they start sending their pit bulls over. Now, we've missed the fire trucks since Buitenveldertbaan has closed. Here is at least one to get our fix in. Jerome, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. You didn't have to use a super chat to get your message across, you know that. Mikey, the bloody magpie key over there. The voice sounds better, Jan. I can raise my voice at times and it's okay. At other times, it is still a bit raspy. I'd say it's 95 to 99% recovered. It also seems that my throat needs some warming up. This morning, I thought I sounded a bit more hoarse than I seem to be doing right now. There you go. Thing is, I've been feeling well all throughout this cold infection episode. Usually it affects the nose, and I have a clogged nose for a week, which at least you can open up with nasal spray for the time being. This time around, the throat was the region being affected, and particularly the voice. But it's almost completely gone, so that's good. Narrow bodies, converging arrivals now. Runway 06 and 36 right, both in use. We're now looking head-to-head to traffic that is landing on runway 36 right. KLM flight 1230 arriving from Gothenburg on Embraer 175, and then Embraer 190 and Embraer 175 arriving from Bologna right after that. Just realized I haven't even taken a sip of vodka yet. Wouldn't want to sober up whilst streaming. That'll do the quality of the show no good. In the meantime, BizJet's still taking off from runway 04. Runway 0422. Interesting way that the engines are mounted on top of the wing instead of hanging sideways from the fuselage. That's what I like about BizJets. They have different designs, different quirks and features, as a certain car YouTuber would call it. Another BizJet right now in the process of crossing the runway. Very small BizJet, very modest. Looks cheap. Probably 8 figures. Meanwhile, KLM Cargo taking off. KLM Cargo taking off from the center runway. Doug DeMuro, Michael. He always talks about quirks and features on specific cars. Doug DeMuro, D-O-U-G-D-E-M-U-R-O. Right, converging arrivals. Also departures taking place from the center runway. And since we've crossed through 300 likes, thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Your likes and subscriptions will help to make the chat grow bigger and bigger. The more the merrier. Air Europa on its way to Madrid. Taxiing to the center runway to take off from. Meanwhile, Transavia A321neo landing here, arriving from Ljubljana. See that the police helicopter is also returning. Always landing behind that, I think a sound barrier is what it is. Meanwhile, the World to Fly Corendon has parked at the location the A340 was at. You can see, filled to the brim with boxes of cargo, both on the front and on the back. Jendrosek says, your birthday's soon, right? We have found you a nice present. Mate, my birthday was on August 14th. It'll be a few months before before I'll celebrate again. But you have made me curious. But I guess I'll have to wait until next year, August. Good to see you again in the meantime, Jendrosek. Hope all is well. I'm also seeing on Flight Radar that the Dash 8 is lined up at the threshold of runway 04. There it is. That should be taking off pretty soon. Doing a coastal patrol. Howdy Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at the end of runway 36 right. Now in use for arrivals. Together with runway 06. And this is the Coast Guard Dash 8 100. Going on a coastal patrol. This airplane is almost as old as I am. 39 years old. First flight February 1986. So February it'll turn 40. Almost 4 decades old already. And still looking the part. Sinterklaas presents. Oh dear. Sinterklaas also coming to town again next month. The second half of the month. Air Oink Oink on its way to Istanbul, Turkey. I'm wondering if that may be a shower over there in the distance. It certainly looks like it might be. Two airplane glide slope shot. Next airplane arriving is NE2 Embraer 195 arriving from Brussels. The airplane following it is an A321neo A-Jet arriving from Istanbul. Louis is announcing he is in SAS flight 556. He says, I'll be turning on my torch. You should be able to see it if all is well. Well, if you're taking off from the center runway, I'm still hard pressed to believe we are going to see it. I think we're a bit too far away to see it, but let's see. It is a nice exercise. Where in the airplane are you, Louis? Do tell me that you're seated on the right hand side, otherwise we're not going to see anything. Hey QJ, good morning, and welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're at the far end of runway 36 right, where arrivals take place. This is a jet arriving from Istanbul. It's 11:20, that means that in 20 minutes from now, departures from runway 09 are going to resume again. Now, I think that the A320neo of Louis is on the move. He says he will be shining the light, so let's see. We've already tested that we could see Wolfgang's extremely bright torch. If Louis has a similar bright torch, we might be able to stand a chance to see it. Here we go, let's see. Now, a torch being shown on board this airplane. You guys tell me if you see anything. I for one am not. But there were reflections right now, and I think now there are no more reflections. So if there is a light shining paper, we should be able to see it if it is bright enough. No dice. Not for me. Ray did think he saw it. Cool. I'd have to watch on a big screen in replay, maybe even in slow motion or frame by frame. But I'm happy to hear you guys might have spotted Louis's light. H1 bird control also passing by just now. Quick wave from and to the land. Air incoming is arriving from Istanbul, A321neo. And this is Pegasus flight 1251, A321neo, 3 hours and 10 minutes on the way from Istanbul, Turkey. Nominal flight duration, usually around 3 hours the duration. 3-year-old airplane, first flight March 2022. And seems that Air Europa is leaving to Madrid next from the center runway. I see that it is lining up as we speak. Roxana, good morning. CR, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Dr. Drax, good morning. Next airplane is arriving. And we can see the runway is clear again. KLM flight 1292 arriving from Billund, Embraer 190 with Air Arabia Maroc A320neo behind it. Air Europa to Madrid, Dreamliner taking off from runway center just now. The lighting is interesting. Here and there, a few drizzly droplets might fall, is what they said. Thus far, everything here has stayed dry. Looking to the north, I do see at the horizon, further to the north, northeast, maybe. The signs are a little in the way. It does look a bit more complex over there. Not sure if those are actually rain clouds or it's only looking like that. The next Embraer has landed, clearing the runway for Air Arabia Morocco, flight 121, arriving from Nador, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. And good morning to Alan, also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Gary Grebe. I saw him before, then he dove under, and then he wasn't sighted anymore, but here he is again. Gary Grebe, the mother ducker. Bing, bada boom, gone. A330 in the meantime, landing on runway 06. KLM Flight 696, arriving from Toronto in Canada. A330-200. Two airplanes on the glide stop. Transavia arriving from Palma de Mallorca in the foreground, and behind it is a 777-300 KLM Flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. It is now 11:28, and that means that in 10 or so minutes from now, this runway is going to close again for arrivals. And 09 is going to be used again for departures. The question is, what will become the last airplane to land in this landing peak before they're switching to the outbound peak? Seagull just now passing by me here over the water. I think you probably heard it already, screeching. They also have a white-nosed Dreamliner over here that they're going to tow away if the runway is clear. I think they'll have to wait until KLM Flight 592 will have landed. That's the next. Oh, I overshot. It's over here. No, I am wrong. Transavia from Palma de Mallorca is going to land first. And then the 777 over there. Seems that it already flew through the clouds, looking at the cloud shapes in the background. Hey Alex, good morning. Welcome to the show, mate. This is KLM Flight 592, number 2 to arrive to land here on runway 36 right, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. This is going back to the top end of optical zoom. KLM Asia, arriving from Johannesburg in South Asia. 777-300 10 hours and 8 minutes on the way. The airplane is 17 years old, first flight March 2008. Yay! And Jendrusik is part of the Blue Crew, celebrating 2 years of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to improve things. Always nice to have you in the chat, and even more so when you are coming over, as you do regularly, and meet in real life. Part of the Blue Crew. No more green. Not sure what Greenpeace will think of it, but screw them. Thank you so much, Jensrusik, for all the ongoing support, mate. I spy with my little eye a long distance headshot. There it is. Let's have a look. This is KLM Flight 591. So we saw KLM Flight 592 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa just now. And this is KLM Flight 591, which is going to fly to Johannesburg, South Africa. It's 11:33. Which runway has been assigned for KLM Flight 591? Nice to see KLM Flight 592 in the foreground on the right and 591 over there, respectively arriving from and going to Johannesburg, South Africa. Embraer 175 landing here, arriving from Nuremberg, KLM Flight 1840. Let's see how many more airplanes are approaching this runway. I don't see that many any longer. Austrian and KLM Flight 1788 arriving from Hanover. Which runways have they been assigned to? Peter Alding also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Double-decker bus arriving here behind me. Double-decker bus. We also have them here. And a departure just now from United. Taking off from center. There it is. Now, I'm wondering how much more airplanes are going to come to 36 right before 09 will reopen. Now, this is KLM Flight 5901. Which runway is this on its way to? Center, isn't it? Nobody? Is this Dreamliner on its way to 09 or is it on its way to the center runway still? And what about... Oh well, I think I have my answer already. KLM Flight 1284 is going over the city of Amsterdam. So that is downwind to Kagbaan. I think those airplanes should be visible for me if I know where I need to look. Right, wow. Let's see, this is KLM Flight 601. Arriving from LAX. It does seem that the airplanes that are now arriving from the east, including Austrian Flight 379, are directed to the Kagbaan already. And that tells me that the reopening of runway 09 is not going to be long from now. Hey, thank you, Michiel. 591 to 09. So that is the first departure then, I think, probably. Or will we see cheaters on Cheaters Lane? Singapore, bastard! Come on, guys. I cannot see everything going on. Keep me posted if something like Singapore is taking off or on the verge of rolling. There's constantly stuff going on here. Singapore Airlines Flight 323 to Singapore. The A380 having taken off from the center runway. US Slam says Beluga over here, Hugo. Now, in theory, if the sky were blue, I should be able to see that because here Hugo is in the vicinity of Alkmaar. We've seen Belugas over Alkmaar before. This is what the northern sky looks like right now. So spotting a Beluga in between the cloudy bits is going to be a big challenge, I'll tell you that. I am looking. Yeah, but I'm not going to look for too long. I cannot. No, wait. Delta A350 also taking off. Captain Jerry is distracting us with all the fart smells. Put. What do you call those in English? Put one of those things on your nose that keeps your nose closed. Right. No more arrivals. Even though the landing lights are still on, 36 right has closed for business. And runway 09 has reopened. Clothespin, indeed. You can already hear the engines, the GE90s, howling as they are spilling up. KLM 591 to Johannesburg, South Africa is coming this way. Jump 7300 Airplane is 16 years old, PHBVC. First flight, May 2009. Let's see, another wide body coming this way. That's the KLM that landed just now, arriving from LAX. KLM flight 604. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Schiphol, there's always a lot to see. You can see it over here. Lot flight 266 to Warsaw. Croatian behind it. KLM flight 1663 to Bologna will be the next departure from runway 09. It's making its way over to the threshold. If there's a first officer that wants to give us a wave, we should be able to see it from here. Like we were also able to see when there was a captain or FO waving to us at the threshold over here when we were standing in P3. Good old P3. I used to be standing somewhere in the middle, right there, or on the far end, right there. Good times. Right, well in the meantime the departure to Bologna already airborne. This is visit North Moravia. It's in the northeast of Poland, isn't it? I think it is. A lot of trees and a lot of lakes. And that sounds a bit Canadian. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and we're here at the far end of runway 36 right, which was used for arrivals earlier in the show, and now the intersecting runway 09 has reopened for departures. This A319 will see takeoff from runway 09 in a few moments. It's outbound to Croatia. And KLM flight 5372 to Kigali has also been pushed back. That's an A330-200 that should also be leaving from runway 09 pretty soon. More A220s, Air France. That's going to Paris. Bombardier C-Series 300 also on its way to the threshold, or at least to take off from runway 09. Might take cheater's lane, of course, but it's going to take off from 09 pretty soon. Air Astana, probably to Atirau. That should also be coming this way if this is outbound. And looking on flight radar, it is A321neo. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston has also been pushed back. That's of course going to the center runway, which I think is also in use again for departures, or is it? Yeah, no, it has to be. Plane looking polished. The late rotation tells me that this one took a cheater's lane. South Island Aviation, Marianne, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're here at the far end of Amsterdam. Runway 09 in use for departures right now. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I know I love this location. There's always action. Much going on means that you also run the risk of missing things. So if there's anything interesting happening, feel free to also let me know in the chat. Marcella also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Marina also back. Good morning. Croatia Airlines flight 451 to Zagreb will be taking off next. Flight radar says it's moving. So now let's turn the camera a bit to where it should be coming from. Air Astana A321 to Atirau pretty soon. It will leave. Before that, Air France. The Air France A220 to Paris. And then the A330-200 to Kigali. Yeah, same here, Michael. You also have the terminal, you have apron action. The Polderbaan is okay. It's nice for when it's crosswindy arrivals. But other than that, it does have a bit of a rural vibe. And you certainly aren't getting that rural vibe over here. Here you're getting international airport vibes. Which is what I also want to exude to the outside world who doesn't know Schiphol yet. If they only see Polderbaan, they think, oh, local airfield, not much going on, boring. And rightly so, because at times it does feel like that when one after the other Embraer keeps on landing or taking off. Air France A220-300 to Paris. Next up, an A330-200. So KLM flight 537 to Kigali is going to be the next departure by the looks of it, unless there are cheaters on cheaters lane, which there don't seem to be any. Another KLM making its way over to the threshold of the runway or to one of the cheaters lanes. Hadi Mark, goedemiddag, good afternoon, and welcome. Right. According to flight radar, it is looking like the A330 is still holding and not lining up. Not sure why that is. Usually that means something is going on the Schiphol Oost runway. There doesn't seem to be a bizjet on the threshold over there, so am I seeing movement? Otherwise, I don't. Ah, cheaters lane in use. A319 Lufti to Munich, flight 2303. There it is already. Lufthansa flight 2303 to Munich. 19-year-old airplane, first flight December 2005. More cheaters on Cheaters Lane. KLM flight 1365 to Budapest is going to be next. That's number 190. All right. What are we waiting for? KLM 537 in the meantime has lined up on the threshold of 09 in the meantime. The KLM flight 1365 is still in the way. It first needs to take off. And it doesn't seem... Oh wait, now I do see a tail coming this way. It is on the move now. There it is. Embraer 190 to Budapest, KLM flight 1365. And next after this we're going to see an A330 200 to Kigali, KLM flight 537. Next up it's going to be KLM flight 537 to Kigali. Let's see, Kigali in Rwanda. Why am I now only seeing this airplane? Huh? What have I done? Did I select something? No. Okay, there it is. All of a sudden, all the other labels vanished, and I just had this airplane left on flight radar on the map. Going to Kigali in Rwanda. KLM 537 PH AOA. Kigali, of course, in Rwanda, which is in Meanwhile, Bjorn Games, good morning or good afternoon. No, it's still morning technically speaking. And good morning, Carol in the world. Good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the threshold of Amsterdam 36 right, which has been used for arrivals earlier in the morning, and it's going to be used again for arrivals come 1 o'clock. The Emirates A380 is also expected shortly after 1 o'clock, and if all is well, that should land on the runway that we are standing at the end of. Right now, runway 09, which is intersecting, is in use for departures. The next departure should be Air Astana flight 904 to Attirau. We saw Turkish in the morning arriving, a 777-300 and Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul has now popped up on flight radar, so I think we're going to see its departure pretty soon. A321neo to Attirau is on the move according to flight radar. There it is. Hadi Peter, goedemorgen. There's a 747 now, number 2406. There it is already. E2, in the meantime, taking off over here. Next departure should be KLM flight 1959 to Istanbul. That's a 737-800. This was the E2 Embraer to Krakow that we saw just now. What else is coming this way? Transavia has arrived. Tarom to Bucharest, coming this way. I'm thinking we also ought to see the 747 that landed on 06 just now, in a few moments, over there. Saudia Dreamliner having arrived from Jeddah, bringing Jeddah Nights. Saudi flight, all white. Air Atlanta Icelandic. Right, well, talk me through the connection that Atlanta and Iceland have. Operated by Air Atlanta Europe. Interesting. Now, looking around, the sun is shining over here, and it also looks that it's going to stay sunny, at least looking where the wind is blowing from, which is from the north. This is what I'm looking at. This is what the west is looking like. South and east, so land inward, and to the south are most of the clouds. It's a bit better to the west, and it looks best looking to the north, northwest. Now, let's see, what's the next departure from 09? That's going to be KLM flight 1903 to Vienna. 737-700, Tarom to Bucharest is also not too far away. Here's the 737-700 to Vienna. No carrying cabin on board this airplane. Karen will just have to sit with the rest in the cabin. Ooh. Meanwhile, heavy hitter taking off from the center runway. Nice little preview, sneak preview of what we are going to see in a moment. This is ETA flight 121, which will be leaving for Milan via runway 09, I think. Beautiful A220 in a beautiful livery that is ETA's. Now, let's see, Turkish flight 1952 has been pushed back. Tarom is lining up. Meanwhile, the sun has begun to shine over here. Judging where the wind is coming from, it's going to stay sunny here. Departure from the center runway, ready, airborne. Let's see, what is this coming this way? Is that KLM flight 758 to Panama City? I think it is. I'm wondering which runway it will take off from. Is it coming to 09 or is it going to the center runway, I'm wondering. Might be that they're taking the scenic tour around the old terminal building, but still underway to the center runway. We'll see, based on the taxiway they'll be taxiing to. Well, no, that's not true. They may also continue on their way on the taxiway that the airplane now is at. Hey Werner and Miss Buffy, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Ita in the meantime, taking off, already airborne. If A320. Ita Airways flight 121, and you can see not just one but two contrails in the background in following this airplane. There's a third over there. Let's see, this is coming my way, more or less from east to west. Twin jet, not sure what type it is. There was another one over there. Type unknown, hard to see due to pixelatedness. Now this I think is a bit clearer to see. It's an A340. Is that a Lufty A340? It looks like it. It certainly is looking like it. Hey Raif, good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Marco has to go. Thank you for joining, mate. You have a good day at work and see you again when we see you. Undoubtedly sometime soon. Embraer 175 to Genoa, KLM flight 1645 over there. And the next departure looks to become Turkish. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 is next to take off from the threshold. Unless any cheaters on cheaters lane will precede it, it should be the next departure from 09. This is Air Malta, no, KM Malta going to Malta. That's also coming this way. Captain Eddie Bosch, good evening. And Andy, and good day to you too. Arrivals to runway 06, going at 7,000 feet over the airfield. Now guys, if you guys are enjoying this show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. Lord knows we need all the help we can get because the algorithm certainly isn't helping. Delta Airlines over there, flight 144, arriving from Seattle. Duke Raoul, Grüezi. Some of you guys, I still have no idea who you might be. YouTube displaying handles for the first time. Not because I wanted to, it just happened. Some people have names I know, I recognize, others have names that are unfamiliar to me. Makes it feel very impersonal. Hope they'll change it back to the way it was soon. Turkish flight 1952 to Istanbul. I can hear the engines. They're coming this way. 777-300. There it is. Delta Airlines at 144. The KLM Embraer 190 to Dublin, taking off from center. Diverging departures. Actually, runways that are actually at 90-degree angles being used now. Runway 09. And runway 36 center. Canada seems to be in the process of getting pushed back. Ah, AOLM. Martin. Check. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1337 to Wrocław in Poland. Embraer 175. After that, an A320 Neo. KLM Malta. Hey Dion, goedemiddag. Whoa, we're waiting for KLM flight 1337. Ah, BizJet just now took off, which is why the other departures had to wait. Intersecting traffic. Well, I was about to zoom in to Gary Grebe, who just ducked under Mother Ducker. He is there, as is the Moorhen. Duke Raoul says, is that a plane on the roof? It certainly is. That's a Fokker 100, retired from the fleet and publicly accessible. That's the rooftop terrace, the panorama rooftop terrace, which is publicly accessible. You don't have to go through customs to visit. All right. KLM 1337. Take it away. There it is. Already airborne. What's the Dreamliner over there? Ah, Indigo. We've seen that before. We also saw that here on Monday. And Raif says there's also a 747 converted to a hotel near Schiphol. That is right. It used to be a KLM 747. They rebranded it to Corendon. The hotel is actually on the other side of the highway, which is right behind me. The tail is not visible because of this, well, whatever it is that you want to call, that makes the highway be higher up. But there is an actual converted KLM 747 rebranded to Corendon, which never flew 747s, standing there. That is absolutely right. Roll to fly Corendon A350 over there. I'm wondering if it is going to move anytime soon. Embankment. Thank you, Jeff. Well, that embankment that rises up the highway also blocks the view of the 747 that is right behind it. Though if you are on the highway, particularly if you're higher up in a truck or in a van or something and you look to your right, you should be able to see it. At least the tail you can see from a regular car. And even when you are in a car, because there are soundboards next to the highway. Ah, that's what I was thinking. Now I'm wondering if it is going out again or if it is going to be relocated. Doesn't seem to be showing on flight radar just yet. Although it is busy with labels. I think I should be able to see it if it were visible. Makes me wonder if they're just relocating this one. Meanwhile, KM Malta flew out. Nice combo there, the A350 and the old Fokker 100. In the meantime, they're towing the Indigo, the Indito Dreamliner back. That's approaching from the left. Yeah, I think they're relocating it. Meanwhile, the Ecstasy Express from Transavia lined up at the Cheaters Lane, going to Ibiza in a moment. Maybe it has to make room for Indigo, which they are now bringing back. Being towed back from the hangar. Beautiful cloudy vista here. The way that the sun is illuminating the clouds makes them very contrasty and pretty to look at. And there's the Ecstasy Express. Hey Maria, bon dia, good to see ya. I am wondering, it does look like they might put Indigo where the A350 was just now. I spy with my little eye on flight radar an A350 1000. The Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong is in the process of being pushed back. It should be taking off from runway 09. Doesn't look like they're going to place the Dreamliner of Indigo exactly where the A350 was stood, but pretty near to it. ITA, beautiful ITA blue. In the meantime, taking off. ITA to Rome, flight 107. Diverging departures in progress. Center runway is also in use for departures. Today the center runway is the secondary runway for everything. They're using it for departures, they're using it for arrivals. 06 and 09 dedicated for arrivals respectively and departures. And then 36 right is also used for arrivals, but only during inbound rush hours. The next inbound rush hour should commence around 1 o'clock, which is good. The A380 is also underway. It is a standard livery if I recall correctly. Never once did we actually go over the screen and see what's on flight radar. Let's have a look. And in the meantime, Dion is celebrating his membership. He just renewed his membership. Welcome back to the Reverse Skylines, Dion. Thank you for your vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm and left everything the way you left it. Welcome back, Dion, and thank you so much for your support. This is what we are going to see shortly after 1 o'clock. If all is well, it should be landing here on 36 right, on the far end of which we are standing. This is Jesus. Jesus is flying back from Nice to Edinburgh. Cargolux, not without my mask, is expected shortly before 2 o'clock. Undoubtedly going to land on the wrong runway for us over here. Well, March 4774. I think that's Mark H. If I look at the picture. Just gifted 5 memberships, mate. Thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. Not on a stream like today. You certainly didn't have to do anything of the sort. Thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership will say thank you to you. And will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal. Don't forget, if you are a member, you can also still vote for the replacement custom emoji for playtime. If I recall correctly, it is Mark H who just now gifted 5 memberships. Mark, thank you so much for your generosity. If you're not Mark H and I am mistaking pictures, then apologies. Would the real gifter then please stand up? Now I think I recognize Mark H there in the picture, but those handles are very confusing. Not everybody has a name that I immediately recognize. Jeroen, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Now, see some twinkling lights seemingly surrounding the Delta, but I think that's just coincidental. Or, no, wait. This is actually the light of the Delta. Oh. This engine is already starting. And here I can see exhaust gases starting to emanate from the engine. So this is an A330 in the process of starting up. Meanwhile, Indigo is still standing there. And it is Mark H. There you go. At least I recognize the picture. Mark, thank you so much for your generosity once again. You didn't have to gift any memberships, particularly not in a stream where not much is going on here. I'm surprised by how quiet it is today. Police helicopter is returning. Iberia is on the runway, 5 lane. No longer Iberia Express, but regular Iberia to Madrid. And pretty soon thereafter we are going to see KLM flight 877 to Mumbai. Hey, why did my phone screen go dark? Inactivity, not using the screen, undoubtedly. Click and open. Hey, Stephen Tudor also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Alright, another long distance headshot over there. That's an A330 from KLM. And which one is this? Doesn't seem to be showing on flight radar just yet. Aegean also on the move again. We saw it land. And now we can see it take off again. Brief visit of the Greeks. On its way back to Athens. Transavia. The Delta A321 Neos are still there. Okay, Indigo now all of a sudden at a different location than where it was a couple of minutes ago. It seemed to be taking it from A to B, relocating it constantly. Hope it's found a more permanent parking place right now. Next up, number 190. This is not Air France, but KLM actually. Flight 1431 to Lyon. KLM flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya. That is actually on the move now. Hey, and Finnair also on the move, but Finnair will probably take the center runway. It normally takes the Buitenveldertbaan to take off to Helsinki. So I'm pretty sure that Finnair will be taking the center runway today. John Singleton also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all was well. I can hear the engines of a 787-10 Dreamliner to Mumbai. KLM flight 877. Coming this way. The A350 1000. Not too far out. Hot shoes. The center hatches will close. And you first need to cool the brakes. Yep. Hot shoes. Meanwhile, Cathay Pacific, A350 1000, flight 270, lined up and is rolling. Let's turn around. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 is next. The A350 1000, the Bravo Lima X-Ray India. What a machine. Those heavy hitters are hitting the clouds and are making them explode with fluffiness. Quite spectacular to see. Pity it's a bit pixelated because I need to zoom in pretty far already. Now, there doesn't seem to be an airplane on the threshold or on the runway of 0927 already. Means we'll have to wait a bit. KLM flight 565 does seem to be underway. Although, no, wait. There it is. It's holding, which is why Delta Airlines Flight 142 just now overtook it on the right. Something that isn't legal on the road in the Netherlands, overtaking on the right. Although, I admit to doing that quite regularly if there are people that stick to the left. Particularly if they don't put the pedal to the metal. Lovely cloudy vistas. It has also become more cloudy now behind me. The north in the morning was still looking openness. Now it's cloudy everywhere where I look. This is looking to the north, this is looking to the west, the south. Yeah, west, and this is the east. Different location. Need to get my bearings in still. Just when I feel a bit comfortable, you'll see they'll go back to the normal runway use again. Now it is 12:35. That means that in another 25 or so minutes from now, runway 36 right is going to open up again for arrivals. Until then, 09 is going to be used for departures together with the center runway. And they're still towing Indigo back and forth. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing there. Nice tour of the airport is what it looks like. Yeah, and the voice is almost back to normal, Stove. Not 100% yet. But it's easier now for me to raise my voice than it was in the morning. I think it needs a bit of warming up. No issues yesterday and the day before yesterday with my day job when I have to talk almost throughout the day. So streaming for a couple of hours shouldn't give any trouble. It's getting better by the day. Quite typical. Usually whenever I get a cold infection, it always affects my nose, nothing else. Well, except for my throat the first day or so before it actually hits the nose. Sore throat, swallowing. We've all been there probably. But then it normally used to only affect the nose, which I can easily remediate with nasal spray. Bit more difficult when it's affecting the throat and you're losing your voice more or less. There you go, such is life. Yeah, no crackling anymore. Unless it is the microphone. That should be okay. Now unfortunately this Finnair A350 is on its way to 36 right, almost certainly. Buitenveldertbaan is closed for maintenance. The center runway takes over during the outbound peaks when 2 runways are open for outbound traffic. It's the only runway for outbound traffic when there's 1 runway open for outbound traffic. I had hoped it would have been runway 09, but the wind is too much northerly. Then again, if 09 closes, 36 right will open, so there's always something to see here, whether it be landings or arrivals. KLM 565 to Nairobi is approaching the threshold of 09 and should be the next departure, unless Air Arabia Maroc is taking Cheaters Lane on its way to Tangier, A320. It seems likely that it's going to be taking Cheaters Lane. Air Canada in the process of being pushed back. That's Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal. And indeed, Maria, the custom emoji vote is still open. The poll for members you will find in the community section for members. You'll have until Monday to vote for your favorite suggestion. 16 in the poll. The favorite one will be made into a custom emoji, the one that is going to be the successor of Playtime. Also, don't forget, if you have been enjoying the stream thus far and you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Now, obviously, this was a cheater on Cheaters Lane. Transavia on its way to Palma de Mallorca. More Transavias are outbound. I thought it would have been Air Arabia Maroc that would have been the first cheater on Cheaters Lane, but it seems that Air Arabia is actually following the A330 to Nairobi. KLM flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya is now moving. It's an A330, and of course Kenya is in. Alright, well, it was looking like it was on the move. Oh yeah, now it does seem to be. Sometimes when you look on Flight Radar on the map, those icons stop moving, then all of a sudden they make a jump. Makes it hard to estimate if the airplane you're trying to film if it is actually moving or not. Air Arabia Maroc to Tangier, which is in Morocco, which is in the north of. It's lining up on the far end of runway 09. But there's also a cheater on Cheaters Lane, Transavia flight 6147 to Alicante. Question is, which will be first to leave? Hey, John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Air Arabia Maroc to Tangier is probably going to be the next departure. EasyJet on the move. What's this one? Oh, that's our Baltic, of course. Right, well, they're still holding short. I'm looking to my left to see if maybe there's something on the Oostbaan, runway 0422. That doesn't seem to be the case. Marino says Cargolux on the way to 09, I think. Is that so? I'm not seeing a Cargolux just yet. I do see that the Finnair A350 just now took to the sky. Going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Wait, yeah. I was looking in a different location on the platform. Now I do see Cargolux on Flight Radar as well. That's most certainly coming this way. And Tanya Photong is tuning in from Thailand. Welcome to the show. Al to Tel Aviv. Next departure from the threshold. Transavia to Alicante, holding short on Cheaters Lane. Quite busy on Cheaters Lane. Cargolux is approaching the threshold. Al is on the move. There it is. Al flight 338 to Tel Aviv. Transavia flight 6147 to Alicante is next to take off via Cheaters Lane. I am no longer seeing any traffic outbound going to the threshold of the center runway, which leads me to believe that pretty soon they are going to be switching runway use already. Or are they? Computer Freak 88. 88, good afternoon. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. Hallo, hallo. KLM flight 1333 to Poznan should be the next departure from runway 09. 777 is coming this way. Which one is that? That's an arrival. Having arrived from Atlanta, Georgia. And what's this? It becomes a bit comical. Indigo being towed from left to right and back again. What the fudge are they doing? Make up your flipping mind. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, time for a Boeing 747. Finally, Cargolux to Luxembourg. I'm expecting it to rotate pretty soon and to climb steeply. It's the LXWCV, Whiskey Charlie Victor. Cargolux Italia, I think we saw it land earlier, but it's going out to Luxembourg already. Not too far away probably not very heavily loaded. 18-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. I'm not seeing any cheaters on cheaters lane, so this should be the next departure taking off from the threshold of the runway. I spoke too soon when I said just now that I didn't see any airplanes going to the center runway anymore, because I am seeing Air Canada flight 901 still going there. Indigo in the meantime over here. Now they're towing it back here. It's been everywhere. All the gates it has already seen. Honestly, are they instructing? Are they instructing the tugger, or? Indeed, Raif, van de kast naar de muur, which literally translated means from the closet to the wall. In other words, going from left to right without a purpose. Second queen of the show that you guys were able to see. There was a third one, but apparently the A380 Mini was malfunctioning temporarily in the beginning of the stream. That was the MPS that you missed because of it. Cargolux on its way to Luxembourg. That's a mere 40 to 45 minute flight. Hey, thank you Maria. A380 assigned to the Amsterdam as expected. 36 right, the landing runway for the A380. Means that we shall be able to see it from over there. Think it's looking like the clouds are more open over there compared with what it was like this morning. So hopefully we are able to see the A380 well in advance. Keep me posted. I am assuming that since it is now assigned to Almere, it's also already in Dutch airspace, with an estimated time of arrival earlier of around 1:05. If you guys could give me a heads up when the A380 is turning final, from base to final, that should give me ample time to look it up in the sky insofar as I'm able to see it. In the meantime, taking off just now. 3 airplanes that are waiting to take off via the threshold of runway 09. Lined up right now is Austrian flight 380 to Vienna. Matt, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, mate. Air Baltic flight 380. But it is, oh no, it's Austrian flight 380, but it's flown by Air Baltic. The Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Juliet. Austrian Baltic on the move. Boy oh boy, I still remember standing at the Buitenveldertbaan. The move flashing the light while landing on the center runway. It was so well visible. Had he been on board this plane and seated on the left hand side and shining that light, I would have been blinded probably, and you guys at home would be too. That bright. Tactical flashlight, I never even had heard of that before. Honk, 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 honk. It's a bus leaving. Don't think his honking was necessarily targeted at us, but you guys probably heard it on the ambient mic. Alright, KLM flight 1955 to Athens is lined up at the threshold. We also have a KLM on Cheaters Lane, which is not yet lined up, so I think, yeah, KLM flight 1955 to Athens is now rolling. 737-800. PHBCL Bravo Charlie Lima. After that, another 737-800, which will be leaving for Prague, flight 1355. Iceland there, over there. Now let's see, that was flight 500. That was a MAX 9 737. KLM flight 1355 to Prague is now next to take off from runway 09. We have a triple in the process of being pushed back. That doesn't seem to be showing on flight radar yet. It is 12:54, so that means that the Alsmeerbaan runway 36 right should open up pretty soon. Right, KLM flight 1583 to Lisbon should be the next departure from runway 09 at the threshold. A321neo. There's still KLM flight 1921 to Zurich on Cheaters Lane. That's an Embraer 190. Let me use this moment to zoom out a little and see where the Emirates A380 currently is flying. It is approaching Lelystad, so should be on its way and arriving pretty soon. There's our A321neo. There's been a Embraer 190 on Cheaters Lane for a while now, and that is now approaching, is now turning onto the runway. And I think this is KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao. Wonder what runway it is going to take off from. Probably going to take off from the center runway, looking at how it is taxiing now. There is our cheater, KLM flight 1921 to Zurich. Beep beep. Meow. Beautiful Embraer 190. Paul wonders if the new Swiss A350 will ever visit Schiphol. I think that depends on if they can get it full enough to be using it, to justify using it. Apparently Finnair gets enough people on board their A350s from Helsinki to Amsterdam. I'm not sure if the route for Swiss between Zurich and Amsterdam is that big. Happened to see Bizjet from the corner of my eye landing here on runway 04, Schiphol Oostbaan. It is 12:58 and pretty soon we are going to start seeing no more departures from this runway. I think that Transavia might actually be the last departure for the time being. I think that they are going to start using 36 right for arrivals now. Means that the center runway is going to be used for outbound traffic. It also means that we are going to see the A380 land on the runway we are standing at the end of pretty soon. This is Transavia to Salzburg, flight 6591. Let's see how far out are the first arrivals to 36 right. Think KLM flight 1818 might be the first arrival. Yes, it is certainly looking like that is turning in. Question, of course, becomes where and how far out can we see the airplanes that are coming this way. Beautiful cloudy backdrop. Imagine the A380 in a few minutes appearing from over there. It should be nice. Beautiful cloudy vistas. 50 Shades of Grey. We invented that shit. We took inspiration from our clouds. Not sure if you guys can pick it up, but I am hearing sirens for a while now. A couple of sirens on the highway. Must be something going on. Other than the still nameless moorhen and Gary Grebe over here, we haven't seen any aquatic birds. Also not the last time we were here. Well, no, we did see coots back then. Both on Monday and today, thus far we have yet to see the first duck, which is quite remarkable because last year there were definitely ducks here. Het Buitenveldertbaan binnen. The Belgians are invading the country, Lewis says. That might well be the case. It seems that all the birds that are in the vicinity are flocking together. The moorhen over there. And oh, Russell Crowe also was looking like he was testing the water. There's the moorhen. Entering. Oh, wait, no, there's two. Or is one of those a grebe? No, it does look like there are two moorhens here. Yeah, so might be a pair. Moorhens. And here, of course, Gary Grebe. Looks so nice with the waves behind him as he's swimming towards us. Right, let's see if I think I saw something. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Whoa, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. What about this for a backdrop for the A380 in a few moments? The A380 is approaching base. Hey, Michael. Just got to work. Well, Michael, perfect timing. The A380 is flying base and should turn final for Almere pretty soon. And have a look at this gorgeous backdrop, ladies and gentlemen. If that's not something worth liking, I don't know what is. I'll drink to that. Hey there, the Casp. Welcome to the show, mate. Right, KLM flight 1818 arriving from Frankfurt. This is an Embraer 175. Flight time 44 minutes. The Papa Hotel Echo X-ray X-ray. 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. You can see the next arrival in the background. Transavia flight 5696, which is arriving from Samos, the Papa Hotel, Hotel X-ray India. 3 hours and 13 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight March 2017. And further back behind that should be the A380. It's turning final. Makes me wonder when and where we are going to see it. I'm thinking we are going to see it emerge from the clouds at some point. At least that's what I'm hoping for. With those beautiful curls. Those 46. Hey, there it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, so it's already below the clouds, unfortunately. It's already below the clouds. That's a pity. Right, Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 29 minutes on the way. The Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Bravo. Gear is still in. You'll see once the gear starts extending, like now, that the outer main gear comes out first. Then you'll see the inner main gear coming out. Then all the hatches will close again. And it'll have its gear fully extended. So that's the outer main gear locked in. Now out comes the inner main gear. Nose gear in the meantime is already coming out. Area 59 honking and waving to me. With wing fluff. Beautiful sight. Right, Emirates flight 147 flying a nominal flight here with 6 hours and 30 minutes the duration. The airplane is 11 years old, first flight June 2014. Going back to the top end of optical zoom. And this is the beast arriving. Area 58, driving from right to left. And the flying apartment building with wings has landed once again in the Netherlands. Oh, tow truck coming this way. From left to right. Tugger. First time since we've returned to this location. Didn't see that happening on Monday. First time today. Oh. Seagulls bickering. Take it easy, guys. You guys need to relax. Gary Grebe over here. What a beautiful bird. Anyway, it goes. Hey there, Bulldozer, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, one and all. So Saudia is the next wide body landing here on 36 right by the looks of it. Indeed, Marijke. Relax, guy. When's the new episode coming out? Didn't see anything yesterday. I'll have another look today. Thought they said it was going to be 2 weeks since the previous episode. So it should be out today. Talking about a series that's getting better as the years go by. That's South Park. Well, we already saw the special livery from Air Baltic. The Latvian flag. This is the... Oh, we've seen them all three. We've also seen the Rasta one taking off. The red one we saw take off to the north via center. Rasta one we saw taking off via 09. And this one landed just now on 36 right. So the only one missing is the Baltic Heritage. And then we'll have the entire quartet of Air Baltic special liveries in one show. Nice. Anyway. Saudi Dreamliner arrival from Jeddah is flying base. About to turn final shortly. Should be the third arrival. Am I counting that correctly, or fourth? Probably the fourth. Yeah. Here we have Sky Express. Flight 790 arriving from Athens. I think this is one of those airplanes that says Greece's Bliss on the tin. KLM Embraer 190 after that. Transavia A321 Neo after that. That's coming from SKP. Where is SKP? Oh, Skopje. Of course. Good afternoon to Grim Unlimited. Welcome to the show, everybody else. I, for one, think those handles are quite annoying. Not everybody has a handle that I immediately recognize as a username that I normally would have recognized. Not being impersonal here, but some people I recognize, others I simply don't. To my surprise today, when I opened the stream, I saw that there were handles instead of usernames in the chat. Hope YouTube will quickly turn that back to the way it was. Alright, Saudi Dreamliner. There it is. 3 airplane glide slope shot actually, but focusing on the somewhat pixelated Dreamliner. Maria has to go. Thank you for joining, Maria. Sleep well. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. Weather should be good in the next couple of days. It's getting a bit colder in the weekend, but the highest likelihood for precipitation was expected for today. Thus far, not a single droplet. Counting my blessings as we're heading over to the winter. Slowly but surely. Here in Saudi, flight 215, arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. 787-10 Dreamliner. Before it is an A321 Neo, which is going to land pretty soon. Transavia flight 6944, arriving from Skopje. Which is the Dutch word kopje with an S in front of it. The word kopje means cup, as in cup and saucer. So a cup of coffee would be kopje koffie in Dutch. Skopje is kopje with an S in front of it. Although Dutchies also refer to a cup of coffee colloquially as bakkie, B-A-K-K-I-E. IE. Hey, Duff Mode. Saying hi. Perfect, mate. Well, we certainly heard you. Saudi flight 215 is arriving from Jeddah, 78710. 5 hours and 28 minutes on the way. The Hazard 24, which I think we also saw when we were here on Monday. No, wait. Or, no, I think on Monday we saw one of those new liveries. The white with the green stripe. This is the old beige. Bucky Pleur, indeed, Rick. That's more of a The Hague version. It's from The Hague, Bucky Pleur, right? Or is it Rotterdam? That sounds like it originated from the Hague, Rotterdam area. Not from the north. It's not Frisian. We have another wide body approaching. There's also a Cargo Lux. No, wait, not Cargo Lux. Cathay Pacific 747 going to runway 06. There it is. Arriving from Paris, flight 2014. And Qatar flight 273 is arriving from Doha. That's coming this way. Hey, Bucky Pleur, ook Twents. I didn't know that. Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 2014, arriving from Paris, 7478. Bravo, Lima, Juliet, Alpha. And I'm thinking... No, we didn't see that take off today, did we? No. This is definitely an airplane that Cathay Pacific Cargo flies to Amsterdam more regularly. I do recognize the registration. Qatar 777 is flying base right now and is expected in a couple of minutes from now. KLM flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen just now landed. And KLM flight 1218 should be next after that. Arriving from Stockholm. There it is. And an Embraer 175 behind it. Well, can we see that already? Don't think we can. I'm thinking that might pop out of the clouds with a nice vortex behind it. Right, there it is. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the twirls when an airplane flies through clouds and is emanating, is appearing from behind them. Cathay Pacific Cargo, we saw it land, or at least we saw the final stages of its landing. And here we see it on the rollout. 7478, having arrived from Paris. K4, meanwhile passing by. Quick wave from the driver and a wave back from me. The Qatar 777 has turned final, and I'm wondering to what extent can we see it already. Let's give it a go. Oh well, no need to ask. That is quite well visible actually. Airplane ballet. The right airplane is descending visually and the left one is climbing. Qatar flight 273 arriving from Doha. That's on the left. And Miri is on a cruise. Nice. Have fun, Miri. Nice glide slope shot there. Now, if I'm not mistaken, within half an hour or so, there should be the cargo lugs not without my mask arriving. If I'm not mistaken, it is underway from Miami. Obviously, it's going to land on runway 06. But we ought to see a good glimpse of it when it is rolling out and is taxiing to its parking site. Just like with the Cathay Pacific, which actually is still visible over there. Last little itty bitty that we can see. Right.
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Come on, make haste. Big Bird is coming. Right, well, runway cleared in time. Here it is, Qatar flight 273 arriving from Doha. The Alpha 7 Bravo Alpha Whiskey BAW, British Airways. Except it isn't. 6 hours and 14 minutes on the way to get here. 777-300ER. 12-year-old airplane, first flight January 2013. Now, unfortunately, there is a Air China A380 that is flying to 06 by the looks of it. The sun is shining, and due to its height above the horizon, now the water is, the stream right in front of me is actually reflecting the sunlight in my into my eyes as I am trying to film the landing here. Which reminds me that I forgot to take my vitamin D tablet this morning. Note to self, take that when I get home. Indeed, Rick, Big Bird. That is also a nice idea for a custom emoji. Keep that in mind for if we ever find it more hard to believe that it's ever going to happen. But if we ever do reach a point where another emoji slot becomes available, or maybe if one becomes obsolete, like with playtime, that's definitely one to keep in mind. Big Bird. Sesame Street Big Bird as a metaphor for wide-bodied airplanes. It would make for a nice custom emoji, absolutely. This is Qatar Airways and not Qatar Cargo, so that's why this airplane is not turning back and is heading over to the cargo apron. This is actually a passenger airplane. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Florence next. And after that, we are going to see a 737 arriving from Budapest, flight 1364. Well, what do you guys think of this livery? I actually think it is a bit boring. I also think this livery does not look good on an A350. The A350-1000, we've seen it sometimes come to the Netherlands. I have to say, usually liveries look better if they're on an A350, but in the case of Qatar, I don't think it looks that good. But that's just because I think this whole livery is pretty bland. I do like the whatever it is, the animal that's on the tail, but Hey Olaf, good afternoon. And Paul, good afternoon. Paul wonders where the coots are. Well, to be honest, we haven't seen any coots here today, nor have we seen them last time we were here on Monday. Moorhens, they are here. They do sort of look like coots if you imagine the red part on their beak being white. It's almost like a coot. There have been two here, although right now, looking in the direction they've been last sighted, they're not visible. Moorhens and Gary Grebe. That's the only aquatic birds that I have been able to show you guys here thus far today. Next up is KLM flight 1364, arriving from Budapest, 1 hour 44 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Victor. And I'm wondering where that, not without my mask, 747 is hanging out. Let's have a look, zooming out on flight radar. Am I missing it? Must be missing it. Oh yeah, forgot to turn on 747 inbound. All right. The Cargolux, not without my mask, is flying in the vicinity of London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
That's good news. It means that it should be here in 30 minutes or so. Right, converging arrivals in progress. Runway 06 and runway 36 right are now in use. This morning, runway 09 has been used all throughout the show for departures. Right now, the center runway is being used for departures to the north. The 06 and 36 right are being used for arrivals. There's a Delta A330 arriving from Salt Lake City going to the Kaagbaan right now. This is what we can see from here of those arrivals to the runway 06. The A380 landed here, in case you missed it. Happened shortly after 1 o'clock. Next airplane arriving is KLM flight 1232, arriving from Göteborg, 737-700. Not a whole lot of action at the Schiphol Oost area, though there have been a few biz jets taking off and one actually landing that we happen to see. You can see the windsock is not very active. The wind that there is coming from the north today. That is expected to change over the weekend. Thought that the wind on Saturday was expected to turn more to the east, southeast. And on Sunday too, more southerly winds. Wouldn't be surprised if this runway will start being used for departures in that case. In that case, we are perfectly situated over here to make beautiful headshots of the airplanes that are lining up to take off from the runway over here. That is provided if there is room here. I can imagine that if this runway will start being used for outbound traffic, that it will be teeming with people here, particularly on the weekends, and particularly with Polderbaan closed. I think, yeah, TUI is returning. Oh, overshot. TUI is returning from Kos. There it is. It is a Global X airplane flying on behalf of TUI. I think we have seen this airplane before already at some point. 3 hours and 18 minutes is the flight time. The registration is the November 276 Golf X-ray. "19-year-old airplane already, first flight February 2006. Let's see what else is coming this way. Mostly narrow bodies by the looks of it. Interesting business seems to be coming this way as well. Thus private jets arriving from Bolzano. Have a look at that on Flight Radar. Take a look at the picture. That's looking pretty neat. See that there's a Turkish A330 on their way, but that's still flying in the vicinity of Kassel, so it's still pretty far out. Narrow bodies over here for the time being. I'm wondering departures probably a bit more interesting. This is KLM Flight 757 to Panama City. Oh, and another fire truck, but not passing by in front of us, but behind us. I think it might actually be the same vehicle that we saw pass by in front of us earlier in the show. In the meantime, this is the Global X. Pretty sure that we've seen this a few times before already. I'm seeing 3 narrow bodies at the threshold of the center runway, so no wide bodies outbound expected anytime soon. Here we have the Delta Airlines that arrived on 06 just now, flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City, Utah. The APU is on. You can see it is farting from the back. That means that the auxiliary power unit is already working. Hey, Chinese A350 in the process of being pushed back. Such a shame that 09 is not in use for for outbound traffic right now. I am seeing bird control over here. I think bird control is already on runway 09 right now. It does look like it is inspecting runway 09 already. Now, I am curious to see if it's going to stay dry here or not, because looking to my west, this is what I'm now looking at. I'm pretty sure that this is a rain shower. The wind is blowing from the north, so this is where I need to look, and it looks like things are still okay, but for how much longer, that remains to be seen. Meanwhile, we have Delta Airlines Flight 56 over here, having arrived from Salt Lake City. It's probably going to get a gate over here. Or is it continuing? It seems to be continuing still. And there's the angry looking Chinese Trans-Southern Flight 3. Oh, and now it's gone again. Now it's gone again. No longer on flight radar showing. It was showing a few seconds ago, so Trans-Southern A380. In the meantime, it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that, guys. Your likes and subscriptions really help to bring in new people. We definitely can use some of those. So if you are enjoying the stream and you think others might also enjoy content like this, by all means, please leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel. And tell a friend, of course. Now, don't know what's going on. I did see this A350 on flight radar just now, and now it's no longer visible. Roy asks if Rick 81 is Grandmaster Rick. Well, no, Grandmaster Rick is dark blue as a member. After Captain Jerry, the longest member of the show. Rick is indicating that there is a little shower coming this way. We'll see. We'll see. It is looking a bit darker behind me, I must say. Looking a bit more closely, it does also look like there are some veils falling out of those clouds. So it might be that I have to resort to getting the umbrella out for the last last bit of the stream. Still want to see that not without my mask 747, even though it's going to land on runway 06, it should make an appearance at the end of the runway. Well, we can see it quite well from here. Don't see that every day. I think it's only been twice or thrice that we've seen it in the streams here at AMS Live. So for me that makes it worthwhile sticking around a bit longer. BizJet is arriving, although hard to see because it doesn't have bright landing lights like the bigger jets behind it does. Yeah, it's going to land new. It's going to turn and do a break-off landing to 04. We've seen those before quite regularly. It's always spectacular to see them. Don't see them very often from this side. There you go. Lovely bizjet there. Slowed down a little with following. If it's small bits and pieces, you can more or less keep the same tempo. The longer you're not seeing your object, the bigger the likelihood, of course, of losing it. I think I just felt a small droplet in my neck. Yeah, it's not going to amount to much. You can see bright skies. You can even see blue sky already in the background. Maybe 1 or 2 droplets. Probably won't amount to more than that. Here we have an A321neo, KLM Flight 1776, arriving from Berlin. Next up, Lufty A319, arriving from Frankfurt. There it is. Now, let's see. Turkish is approaching the Dutch border from Germany. How far along is the Not Without My Mask? Well, Not Without My Mask is traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire as we speak. It does look like we are not going to see any wide bodies before then. Lufty Flight 992. 50 minutes on the way from Frankfurt. This is our daily flight from Frankfurt. Have a look at the registration. Delta Alpha India Lima Yankee daily. Die tägliche Flug. What's this? It's KLM Flight 1200, arriving from Oslo. Daily flight. It says so on the tin, daily. Now I'm wondering if there's also a dairy flight. Does Lufthansa also have a flight, an airplane with registration dairy in their arsenal? Daily Lufthansa. And next up is going to be KLM Flight 1200, arriving from Oslo, 737-800. Behind that is going to be a Transavia A321neo, arriving from Catania. Oh, I am now feeling a few droplets. And we have Murray de Moorhan, or whatever his name is, Swimming over here. It's almost a coot, just with a red beak. And that's KLM Flight 1200, arriving from Oslo. Bird control in the background. Now we did see bird control here at on runway 09 already, but not seeing any signs of runway 09 opening up anytime soon. It seems like everything is still going to the center runway as expected. I see that the A350, the angry A350, is now approaching the runway threshold. Unless there are cheaters, but there don't seem to be any. It will probably be the next departure from the center runway, so let's have a quick look at it in a few moments. Of course, the next airplane already over there. China Southern Airlines Flight 309 to Guangzhou in China is now about to line up on runway 36 center, the Bravo 309 Whiskey. We will turn to the west in a few moments. Airplane preceding it, I can see climbing out right now, right of me. Hey, in the 747 to Miami. On pushback, that's probably going to the wrong runway, isn't it? It's probably taking off from center as well. Or has it been assigned to 09? Nah, that can't be. Right, it's starting to rain just a little bit more, so what I am going to do is at least close my bags. And where did I put the umbrella? Get that out for the last bit. We don't get too wet while waiting for the nut without my mask. Next airplane arriving is KLM Flight 1800, arriving from Düsseldorf, Embraer 190. The trooper asks, when going 4K? Well, not anytime soon. The channel is on a decline and has been on a decline since the NATO summit, so if things don't pick up, I'm not going to invest any further. The point of me stopping with the channel comes closer than me going full in and investing more for 4K. Don't think 4K necessarily adds that much. In my case, it would mean that I need to replace everything, almost everything I'm currently using. A2 Mini, the camera, Modem I have already replaced. Modem is compliant. It should be ready for 4K. The bandwidth needed for it. I don't think 4K is going to happen anytime soon over here. Can I cargo to center? The A350 already gone, right? God damn it. Did it take off when I was getting the umbrella? It has stopped raining now. Jochem wonders when it is better to spot at Schiphol, Saturday or Monday. Well, I would say look at Buienradar to determine what would be the best day to go. Don't think with respect to traffic it matters that much. I think the most, if you're going to spot from outdoors and not from within a car, like next to where I'm standing, for instance, if you're going to be out, look on the weather apps first to determine which day is the best. You should be able to see plenty of traffic regardless of the day of the week. Oh no, it was still it was still drizzling a little. The umbrella works a treat to keep me dry, but I already thought it had stopped since I wasn't hearing it. Hey, Stephen, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. At least your handle I recognize. Stupid YouTube. First time today that they all of a sudden went to using handles in the live chat instead of the usernames. Dennis also back in the chat. Good to see you, Dennis. If you only joined us just now, guys, you probably missed the landing of the A380 on the runway that this airplane is also landing on. 36 right. It wasn't a special livery like it was on Monday, but it was still a beautiful sight to behold. The backdrop was beautiful. We're now sticking around for a few more minutes because in a few minutes from now there is a 747 landing on runway 06 that we should see when it is going to taxi to its parking stand. It's the Not Without My Mask from Cargolux. We've seen it before, like I said before, twice or thrice maybe. Not a very common occurrence here at Schiphol Airport, so when I saw it was coming, I already figured, unless it is going to rain cats and dogs, which luckily thus far it hasn't, worthwhile sticking around for. Now, where is that 747? It's approaching the coastline by the looks of it. Yeah, I also thought I saw that, Jochem. Saturday it's looking to become dry, Sunday too, but Monday looks like it'll be a rainy day here in the Netherlands. Looking even further for next week, it also didn't look that good. Very calendar conform weather expected, but that might still change. Luckily it often does. That's the silver lining. E2 Umbrella 195 over here. Oh, another colorful bus. Special liveries, not just in the air but also on the road. Beautiful bird on the side of a truck that we saw earlier. And again, I am hearing sirens. Something passing by behind me. Oh wait, there. That was a motorcycle. Police motorcycle. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, no. Hard to spot the motorcyclist. The 747 is approaching the coastline, and normally speaking from Schiphol you would be able to see glimpses of it. I am wondering where exactly I need to look. I think this is in line with the heading of runway 06. That means that this should be west, more or less. The 747 is approaching in the vicinity of Haarlem. What altitude is it flying at? 5,500 feet. I think if it flies between the clouds, we ought to be able to see it. The airplanes are taking off to the north, so looking perpendicularly to it, and they'll probably direct the airplane around the shower, which of course is now over there and also has passed me by. Once again, looking to the north, things are open more or less again. So 5,000 feet, and now turning over Zandvoort. So let me see, Polderbaan is a little bit over there, so I'm thinking somewhere over there in the center that 747 is turning back to fly downwind to 06. From Kaagbaan, when the weather is clear enough, I normally should be able to see the 747, where the 747 is now flying. Not seeing it. Ah. There's the 747 to Miami. And we're waiting for the 747 to arrive from Miami. Ray has to go. See you later, mate. Thanks for joining. Veronique, goedemiddag. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Oh. So that's KLM Cargo on its way to Miami. And not without my mask. Should be flying over there as well somewhere in the background. Probably lower. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can pick it up again when it is on final for runway 06. Cannot be too long out. It's now 2 o'clock and I'm not seeing any airplanes coming to 36 right anymore, so I think we are going to see departures from 09 again. I think this was the last of the arrivals. And here we go. Case in point, 09 already open again. And no, Steven, I do like taking bike rides. Lisa is from Belgium, and even though they do like bike racing, it's not very big, and they're more car people. So taking bike rides with Lisa is not something that we often do. Also doesn't help that I have an e-bike and she doesn't. She's using my old bike, which is not electric and has no gears as well. She's more of the walking, I'm more of the bike riding. Pete is off to lunch. Enjoy, mate. See you later. I'm going to wrap up after the Not Without My Mask has landed, and we have we're no longer able to see it. I'm not going to see the landing. I am going to see the rollout, and of course we're going to see the taxi to the parking until the terminal building is going to obscure our visibility. Still had it on autofocus. This is exactly the reason why I'm not using autofocus usually, except when zooming in on animals. Focus dance. Send the focus to manual. That always does the trick. Have the focus set to infinity. Works a treat 99% of the time. Cargo Lux is still out, and I think right now the clouds are a bit in the way. At least I'm not able to see the airplane, nor through the camera, nor visually. Neither through the camera nor visually. There we go. Target acquired. Not without my mask. Cargo Lux, 68 kilo. That's the call sign. Meanwhile, also Chinese triple taking off. Some fluffiness. It's flying right where the shower still is approximately, by the looks of it. Or at least the borders of the shower. So the Not Without My Mask Cargo Lux 7478 is returning to Amsterdam from Miami. Flight has lasted 8 hours and 6 minutes thus far. Lima X-ray Victor Charlie Foxtrot. Already 13 years old. I'm not exactly sure when they put on the mask. Probably has to do with the pandemic, so maybe 2020 or so. Not without my mask. It should become visible over there at some point in a few moments from now. It also is looking like there is a lifeliner coming towards me from the north. Or, oh, it's turning. Trying to spot it. I see the flight radar, I don't see it in real life yet. Hey Gerrit, goedemiddag. Well, big picture wise, this is what it currently is looking like, looking in the direction of the main platform area. Interesting lighting in the background. Nice backdrop against which you can see the tower and whatnot. Frame it like so. Looks pretty okay. Frame it like so. Looks more grim than it actually is. Where did I see there? Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted to see. Cargo locks, not without my mask. It's not as detailed as the mask on the Garuda Indonesia 777 that we saw the other day, but still, it's quite a big mask. Pretty effective insofar as face masks are effective in protecting one from pathogens. This big one certainly looks to be doing that. Hey Siegfried, goedemiddag. And as the cargo lux is moving out of the picture, I am also going to say my goodbyes already. I'm going to wrap up after this airplane will no longer be visible. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. It was a lovely day here. I had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did enjoy what you saw, you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. Big thank you for the likes and all the super stickers, the super chats, merch shop purchases, the PayPal donations, and of course the gifted memberships and those who became a member themselves. If you are a member, if you are a newly member, if you're not a newly member, don't forget there is a poll open that you can vote in until Monday evening local time to choose your favorite successor to the Playtime emoji custom emoji. Lastly, a massive big thank you once again to all the moderators who helped this stream be accessible to everybody. Thank you all so much. I hope to see you all again in good health tomorrow when I should be out again for another stream. Until then, take care and see you soon, guys. Bye for now.